Yeah, I think we need to add one more um, channel for the UI background so that that can be color changed. And then I want you to work on creating some skin palettes. And we need to fix the knob in the skins because right now it's what you're calling the knob is actually just affecting the uh, negative strip of the LED ring, and the knob itself is not changing. That's like the circle that holds the value. So you focus on those. I'll interact with you while I draw in Figma and go get something to eat. Hmm. Okay, so first question for the background channel, it's just the background of the entire everything behind the control panels. It's like the page color. That's it. The control panels already have their own background color. It's called the control panel color. Yeah, we're just gonna have a handful of like curated skins that show people that they can make their own skins, which is awesome. We're gonna have a handful of curated skins, and they're just gonna be designed to show people what's possible and what's cool. Uh, we're gonna have basically like 3 skins that are static and maybe 2 that are uh, have LFOs applied. It's gonna be a toolbar that's a drop down, just like the preset group, but it's gonna be its own thing, and I'm gonna normalize the, preset, uh, like the display presets or the font, the type presets and the UI presets. God, I'm dumb sometimes. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm designing it in Figma right now, but it will be in the toolbar section. The toolbar section just needs some rework. Like I have to redo it all. Oh yeah, no, I think anything's game, you know. Um, I have some ideas about kind of how I think they could look. Um, but I think what would make sense is for us to model them off of synthesizers that kind of exist. And maybe it's easier than we think in some ways to get some cool looks. Like I'd love to model one after like a 70s like sharp uh, calculator, kind of like the teenage engineering KOs. I'd like to model one after like a Roland TR8S. I'd love to model one after um, maybe like a Juno. You know, just like try some neat ideas, and then maybe some stuff that's like just cool. Like I don't know yet. I don't know. I have to play. Hmm. I wonder why the chat's disconnected. Let me try this. Okay. Um, I think it's pretty cool. Um, I wanna see them and I wanna, like, share some of my own ideas, you know? Um, yeah, so I think that's a pretty cool concept so far. So, are you telling me you wanna wait until I'm done my work to move forward with this? Good stuff. Okay, well, I'll move into Figma and I'll start drawing what I need to draw. This is called frame 1. Wow. It has evolved significantly. See? We're going to build this right next to all my icons. And we're going to make it a lot more attractive, hopefully. Okay. Let's build a component that we can very quickly and easily begin. Hmm. Hmm. You're already a button. You're already an instance of a thing. Oh my God, just I'm sad that I have to show how bad I am at Figma in this. Okay, so we can do it like this. Let me look at my synth. Hmm. Do I want to do it like this? No. I'm going to put these guys in an auto layout. It is a component. And then I just want to build all the states and show them. And I need an export. Let's just quickly check on Ghosty, see what's up. Mm-hmm. Are you doing something right now? Sorry, I can't tell. Yep, go for it. Okay. Okay. So what do I want first? I want type. If anybody wants to teach me how to like be less lame, I would love that. Please teach me. Like, how do I make this the default? I would love to be able to do that. Components and icons. Icons. Like, that's a painful way to get all the way here. I wonder how I can shortcut that. Like, how do I add more preferred, bro, things? This sucks. It's a zillion times harder than just selecting the button yourself. Mm, yep. I just realized that these labels, the color of these labels is going to have to be tied directly to the UI. That's pretty nice. Okay, well, fuck doing it this way. I know that makes me the worst, and I feel like the worst. I'm going to go 24. I think we're going to go. No, you're also detached. Sorry, pal. Mm, this one. Okay, whatever. I think it's fine. A little bigger. Let's try them. So stupid bitch. It's too many things inside of too many other things. What are you saying to me? So coding as soon as the review clears. View. Okay, cool. That's great. Okay, so then we want effects, and then I think we want advanced. What? So should it just be a thing in the middle? Like, is there a reason why this isn't an auto layout frame? Or in a layout frame at all? Why so complicate? And I want advanced controls. Mm, Pro? Pro. Mm, hmm. Is there a rabbit hole? Cruelty free. Um, Problem? Mm, Pro. Mm. I like these icons though. I'm definitely gonna use them all over. Castle mode. Chef? I like the chef. The blender is dope. Okay, we want to use the blender for sure. What else? Uh, Chef hat is pretty good. Uh, mm-hmm. Like this one. Whoops. We're gonna do some cooking. Ooh, a little saute action. Hell yeah, these are sick. Okay. Knob. Do we have knobs? What are these? What is this one? What's the name? Like in a model? Okay, what about um fader? No? Control? Mm, mm. Okay, we're gonna bring the blender up for sure. Just gonna put these. Good. What else do I need? It's like a pro mode or an advanced mode. I'm gonna just have to come up with some crazy ideas for this. And that's just what's gonna happen. And I'm good with that. We might have to bring the grade down a little though. Thank you. Oh, that's so much better. Mm. I like 400. I like the dark theme. Fill on or off is interesting. Is knocking certain things out. It's more substantial, but I think we'll go with off for right now. Okay, let's get our other ones in here. So each panel can have color. If I want to switch into the color mode of each one of these, yeah, I mean, I want it to be so that you can display them all at any time. So what are those going to be? It's like it's like each one of these, but it's with color. And I also need a expand collapse state that I'm happy with. That's pretty good. I don't mind that. Why are you doing it like that? Don't be like that. How bizarre. Can we just do that? Just get rid of this dumb shit? Looks like it. Collapse all. It might be awful. Okay, what's collapse then? You have the other one? That one? This one? Hmm. Doesn't really look like it, does it? Maybe it should be this. Damn, even at 48, they just start getting like big enough. Hmm. Is nicer. Hmm. They're a little heavier. Hmm. Yeah, I think I like it. Let's try 300. A little bit fine. Let's try this dice. Okay. I'm going to see if they feel right. ones of these say color to me? Mm-hmm. Maybe. Mm. Mm-hmm. No, I want 300. I'll go back. Don't change on me like that. Much better. I guess I could be doing these all at once. That would be a smart guy move. If you're new to this channel, you would be the first person here, and you would know that I don't do a lot of smart guy moves. Actually, I want this, I want it to be like top panel open. Open. I wonder if that has a different thing. What's this one called? This is what I need to do is just start collecting them. Do it all at once. Check ghosty every like 5 seconds. Oh, cool. All right. Well, let's go look at the synth for a second, shall we? I'm gonna go to project wide. What did it say? Check out what? All built to push the skids branch. Okay. Background channel. Good. Hmm. Oh. Oh. Hey, okay. So it looks like the background is only applying to the background behind the uh, resize handle. The background behind the other things doesn't seem to quite work yet, but we'll get there. Um, the knobs look a little different. I'm gonna have to play with them to see what's up with that. I don't know if we uh, created a way to select those skins. Console API. Open index.html browser and try it. Oh, okay. Like, or just index.html. You really mean that? Where's this index HTML file that you speak of? Where's this index HTML file? I might be too tired. I'm gonna have to go to bed. Oh, oh, okay. Mm, these are garbage. These are so bad. What else do you have? Neon and Pulse? We'll try. We'll try Neon and Pulse, but okay, well, yeah. I mean, it works. I don't really love what was created. They don't really look like those products to me. I think we could do a lot more in terms of like breaking down the look of that product and also making sure that all the elements are visible and that they make sense and that they look good. But, it's all good. I think what we need to do is uh, like commit this as a feature. It's great, and talk about what's next. Hmm. None of these are what I'm thinking. These are all not it. But I don't really care about nailing this exactly right now. What do I care about? I think we should redesign the toolbar. And I think this is what I'm thinking now is that the toolbar is getting to be pretty expansive. And I think we need um, to define some control buttons. And I want to just talk to you about them. I want you to list out all of the controls, what they are. Let's talk about what's wired up, what's not wired up, and what the features are. And in addition to that list, I want you to have a toggle for advanced controls in this, where we'll group some that we hide. And I want you to also include a export, which previously was like that share button. But yeah, we need an export feature. Two kinds, I guess. One is an export the HTML or like the code to embed this in a website, and the other one is to save a preset. Thirsty. Was it wired? It's saying it's wired. I don't really believe that it's wired. So if I hook up extenders, upper reach, and thick, and then I hit reset, okay, that worked. Pause, okay, not lying, true. Appreciate that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we don't need to answer this question just yet. Let's just make sure we have all the toolbar controls first. Okay. I'm thinking about kind of revamping some of the menus and making them modal. Um, the ones that we're not going to use that much. So for presets, I'm thinking we have randomize, we have browse. Browse opens up a modal. And we have save, delete, export. These export, maybe that's a global button that allows you to choose what you want to export when you click export. So it'll be like you can export everything, you can export just the skin, you can export just uh the type controls. I don't know exactly how I want to do the differentiation between the color tabs and the type tabs since, yeah, I don't know yet. Um, but I do know that I want to run all 6 tabs, I think, for now, beside each other. And then I want to uh, collapse all, expand all next to them. That expands and collapses all the LFOs. And I know that I want the type buttons or the type icons to be uh, the color of the panel so that it's intuitive. I think maybe that's for later, but I think so. What else do I want? The background UI tab is actually just I see why it's separate because it's not part of the control panel's um, color tabs. Yeah, I get that. Um, hmm, good point. Well, I think it needs its own tab then for right now, and that's fine. The random word is going to get a dice. Um, Random settings is going to get a blender, and random preset I haven't chosen yet. Might get dice with a different color, or sorry, a different number. Um, then text input, I want to get going, but it needs a space. FPS counter, keyboard shortcut, full screen. That's all good. What am I missing? I don't want export to replace share. And yeah, the advanced mode, if we do it, will be all the LFOs are expanded, of course, because it's more controls. Simple mode would be everything collapsed, so it's less controls, and we may hide the color tabs. Um, but we would keep all of the type color FX tabs in simple mode. Yeah. Um, yeah. I could see BPM being part of advanced mode as well, potentially. Yeah. Advanced mode, yeah, I guess it could also contain full screen, but save preset is definitely something that's simple. Okay, give me some feedback on this. We should keep delete preset. We can put it in. I mean, let's just put it in. We don't have to have the function wired up, but I don't want to have to remember and think about it again. Yes, but then for number two, we also have random word, and I'm gonna maybe make that like a book icon or something like that. I'm not sure about that yet, but we'll figure out what that one is. Yeah, exactly. And I think the UI tabs would also match their counterpart, like the UI color tab. So they would be the same. And I think I'm just going to create like a really basic skin for now so that we can just um, not worry about color for a bit. Well, actually, with the export, what I'm thinking about is I want to be able to export the animation. So it's like, yeah, we could let them export just like a static value. But if somebody wants to embed this animation onto their website, I want them to be able to like export all of the code that is generating it. If it's analog effects, maybe we need to give them like a warning that, that requires JavaScript or something like that. That's not just CSS and HTML, but I don't even know if that's correct. So let me know. Um, no, the skin picker is separate and it's going to be its own modal window um, or drop down menu. And same with the presets. It's going to be its own modal window or drop down. So um, I'm just figuring out how I want to do that. So let's look at that for a second. Actually, let's look at it here. I want these guys here. I don't know what this one is. I have my presets. I'm going to put in my name and put in a message. Then I want play pause. No. Hmm. Um, yeah, I think what I want to do is I want to update, yeah, the Claude in the session, capture all the decisions, so we don't get lost. And then I want to continue building because right now I'm just kind of thinking about groups of things, and I think we can do a lot just by talking things through. Because in Figma, what I'd be doing is probably just moving things around and in order to visualize the conversation anyway. So do what you got to do so that we're ready to have the next conversation. I'm going to design the skin right now. Oh, is it background? Oh, that's funny. Okay. Mm. Background seems very broken. Oh, the whole thing seems broken. Oh yeah, something big broke. Try that again. Whoa, major mouse lag. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, uh I wanna wire up the unwired buttons and the skin picker and then rearrange the toolbar. Go for it. Dude. Okay, listen, if you're ever gonna ask me to open up a server in my browser and it is a bright white page, I am gonna go blind. Please never, ever, ever do that again. Oh my God. No, let's do them one at a time. Let's rearrange the toolbar first. Even though, I don't know, we are on the skins branch, so maybe we should just finish wiring up the skin picker and then we merge and then we'll go to toolbar rearrangement. What do you think? I mean, the skin picker is literally going to be adding buttons to the toolbar, and we have to have a conversation about the toolbar because I'm not liking how it's jumping around anymore. And I think we're just going to need to create a static toolbar at the top that probably has 2 or 3 rows, maybe. I'm not sure yet. With the ability to turn rows on and off. Sure, just do the A for right now. Um, yeah, that's fine. Okay. How do I do it? Yep, I just tested it. It works. Like the functionality of it works. Do you want me to test it with like the tabs toggling and stuff like that, even though this may change? Great. Yeah, merge it to main and then wrap. Oh, we need to wrap. What do you think we should do? I mean, I want to work on the toolbar arrangement, but should we wrap first? All right. Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to draw. Find icons. I like that one. Hmm. I'm not going to do that. Mm. Mm-hmm. It's a file. You're getting a file out of it. I think it's this one. I was kind of like upload a file. I don't mind this one. Mm-hmm. trippy. I like that one. I like that one. I like that one. That one. I like that one. Mhm. These might be them. Yeah, maybe. Damn, I like all of these. What's this one? Grain. Nice. A lot of camera stuff in here, which is really nice. Oh, that's hard to beat. Analog. Okay, let's try sine. Rearranging the toolbar. You can't argue with that. I don't know what it's for, but I know I need it. Oh, not good. I'm not seeing the waves. Sine, saw, square, triangle. Darn. They literally have a guy surfing. Smell? Oxygen saturation. Oh, what's this? Some of them will tell you and some of them won't tell you. No name. Nest Wi-Fi Pro 2. Great. I'm like, glad that exists on here, but not a sine wave. Okay, let's see. Really good music, Alexi. No, I didn't ask you to write a design spec at all. We're gonna go through the process of brainstorming. I actually just gave a whole bunch of information at the end of the last session. I want you to get up to speed on all the functions, and then we'll go through this uh, step by step because it's not just about what functions are on there. It's also about the order and the arrangement and the way that the toolbar is going to break down or resize or not. And it's also going to be about uh, how many rows it is, potentially. I haven't thought about how I want to arrange things yet. So, what I want to do is first look at all of the functions and then think about what they do and how we're going to interact with them, whether it's a drop down or a modal or a toggle or a click. All of that needs to be discussed. And that is the design spec once that's informed. No chill sometimes. Good. And I will continue to look at funny icons. I don't know what that is either. Circle to square? I wish you could get a preview. Mm-hmm. Feel the heat. This guy's full body. Get in the oven. Also tells you if you. Whatever. Okay. What's this? Hair dryer? Hair purifier. Amazing. Okay, so one thing that I'm thinking about is that we could start by having uh, the drop downs become just buttons that open modals, and maybe those have the functionality inside them that we want. So I want to kind of look at all of this. I want to look at all of the functions with all of the icons, and I want to be able to rearrange them. And I want to think about whether or not I want to stack this whole thing on 2 rows or 1 row or 3 rows. And the rows might be based on functionality. It might be based on advanced or simplified view. I don't know yet. Um, I don't care about whether or not they're wired up for this conversation. What I care about is what they do and how they interact and how they're grouped. That's why I said it's either a click or a toggle or a drop down or it opens a menu. Um, yeah, it kind of seems like you're mixing things up here because on the currently wired table you have what the interaction is. Then on the currently dead you just write button and notes. And then on the planned you have function and notes. So it's like kind of a weird group of tables to follow because they're not really consistent. So it doesn't make for easy comparison. Well, they already have groups by function. Uh, like we have categories for what they're called, like transport. So that should be part of this table. And the groups that they're in the UI right now should also be part of this table. think where I want to dig in is with a visual playground to just move things around and rapidly group them. So essentially, what I want is like um, the ability to drag buttons around and put them into groups together, and then they share essentially a border around them, and then be able to drag that larger super group around and also drag items out of that group or in that group. And then I can get an idea of what I want. What else do I want? Mm, I want. Well, let's make all of these a little. Let's select them all now. Where did they all go? That can't be it. There's so many. Uh, there, that's better. Okay. Mm, mm, they did a really good job with their search terms on this, but they don't have the things that I want, like LFO. There's just no LFO. Control? Does control have like anything? Like, what about controller? Okay, they've got video game controls. 'Cause I guess that's a sideways one. It looks like a faucet. Node, buttons, controls, X, Y, right trigger. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Modern game controls. Hey, here we go. That could work. Okay, we got our first little playground here. Let's see how it goes. Let's talk to Ghosty. Okay, drop down, new group, new row. This is looking really good right now. Um, do you have access to Google's material symbols library? I'm using it in Figma right now, but I'd really like to be able to like pull from that library of symbols and assign things. I'm using the dark theme grade with weight 300 fill off optical size 24 dp, and I'd love it if you could plug that into this library. Mm. Hey, and this is working really well, so good job. Um, and One thing that's happening though is that like the ghost of the picker seems to stay even after I drop, not the picker, sorry, but like the drag and drop sorting. It like stays on screen even after it's dropped. Okay. Yeah, I gotta show you guys this. It looks really good actually. I'm impressed. Okay, so new group, new row. And actually it's gonna, okay, so we don't have simple advanced toggle. Yeah, preset tabs. Okay, I think I need it to like finish this part because even though it's really good, it's gonna fix it and it's gonna update it with the Google symbols. So and then it's gonna reset it. So I'm gonna go pee while it figures this out. And I'm gonna update our tasks really quick because we are kind of on a new thing. So this is going to be toolbar toolbar prototyping. While I listen to some music. hmm Nice. Oh, so good. Great job. Super good. It's just awesome. And I think I'll just do everything in uh like sort of black and white or like monochrome for right now until um uh, monochrome right now until we make some other choices. Maybe you could do me a favor and just like help me find some candidates for certain things like uh good job on like UI type and stuff. Same with BPM. I'm also thinking about like what do I use for the waveform selector? And you could even put like just a row uh in there called candidates or something like that. It'd be really awesome. And do we have all the functions currently in and named right now? Like everything is in there, or am I missing some stuff? Hmm. Browse presets. Let's delete. Something broke for metronome, but otherwise it's looking better. Oh, and for the waveform form selector, we should talk about what the waveforms are. Like generally on a synthesizer, it's like sine, triangle, square, saw, usually something like that. Oh, let's also, yeah, when I say waveform selector, what I'm really thinking about is like we already have some icons in the UI. It's just that those icons aren't coming from the same icon set. So like ideally if we do everything with the Google material icons, then we also have control over like the icons from like the perspective of dark mode, light mode, the grade, the weight. Sorry, the grade is dark mode, light mode, and but also like the weight of them and fill or not fill, which is just another form of like really cool versatility in how you want to design this UI. And it just makes me really happy when I think about that. So I guess what I'm saying is I want every icon in the entire app, if we can, to come from this set. Yeah, and then after that, please check for every icon that we have, including the LFO uh, panels, like the, I don't know if they've got something good for our knobs, maybe they do. Um, that would be really interesting. Do they have anything for like the expand collapse that's built into the control strip? Maybe we need to think about moving those things around a bit. I'm not sure. Okay. Oh, and what we should do is create like an export function from this toolbar playground so that I can save it and just share what I did with you, even if you're about to push an update, like if you update it and I'm still on the stale page, I can export what I have and give it to you so it doesn't get lost. Okay. What do you got to say? Oh, you're still doing stuff. Okay. Build. Row one might be type. Row two might be UI. And if that's the case, then the tabs might make sense to go in a new place. Can you alt drag? That'd be incredible. Um, yeah. So what if it's like type color effects and then UI, UI color, UI effects, background. This is gonna be called new group. No, it's gonna be called tabs. Those panels. Okay, presets. So it's about centralizing into one set of toolbars or breaking apart into other toolbars. So it's the two paths I can go down here right now. One side, I say there's a display group, and the display group just covers everything on the display. So that would be certain types of presets, but not others. So like, for example, skins would come down here because it's an interface. But that means, no, this would just be a modal. So the save goes away, or presets goes away, unless you just want random up top. Transport, this is kind of its own thing. Text input is first, maybe second, then play. View FPS hotkeys. I think these can all go in a settings modal. Modals. Okay, so the modals would be, yeah, waveform would be one. View. Thinking this less of view and more like system. That might be the wrong word. That's okay. Preset. This is like maybe down here too. Export might often export. Okay, I'm about to refresh the page, so here's what I have right now. Could you do me a favor and put a copy button for the JSON? So it's just like ultimately quickly puts it at my clipboard whenever I press export, actually. And then anytime I make a new uh, group, it should have the ability to put like an icon in it with a label because I don't think I have that control yet. Or if I do, it feels hidden and I don't quite have it. And yeah, everything's messed up in this layout right now, so don't think that any of these are like permanent solutions. But we'll start talking about it in a minute here. Interesting. I did import the JSON, but it didn't seem to do anything, which means I lost my work again, sort of, probably. Oh, but keep in mind that whatever we import, it has to also account for any of the new controls or whatever that you put in, because I want to see those. So you might have to modify the JSON file uh, after, you know what I mean? Because you have yours and we're adding things to this, but um, my layout didn't have those additions. I don't know if that makes sense, but either way, I guess what we should ask is like, do we need to make any more changes to the playground before I start actually using it so that I don't lose more stuff? Okay, yeah, I just need the group labels to be able to be longer. Um, it's maybe they cut off when the size of the group isn't big enough for them. But like I think it should ultimately try to span more of it because I might want to write some notes on it. That's why. Okay, so and also, what do I do with the JSON with the work that I had, or do I just like go from scratch now? Okay, good. And when I'm trying to pick icons and there's only like one row of them, I don't get to see what the icon is called on mouse over because the modal window isn't big enough, like it's not tall enough. And also, can you please make all the scroll bars have transparent backgrounds? I don't want to see any bright white anywhere in the interface at all. It's really too hard on my eyes. Great. That's awesome. So, can you tell me what I'm doing with the JSON file? Um, okay, I'll try it. I'll try it. Okay, I clicked it and I pressed import, but nothing happened on the page. I mean, I don't know. I just, okay, I'll try that. I'll try where that is. Hang on. Why every time? I wonder. Yeah, I think you're right. As soon as I did that, it worked. So thank you for that. Okay, let's start doing this. Mm. The last thing I need is just the ability to have two different pages of this that I can swap between so I can explore two different ideas at once. So basically, like everything below toolbar playgrounds, I need tab version so I can have two. Is that okay? Huh? I'm also noticing that when I search for certain items, they come up in Figma, but they don't show up in this one. Like I just searched shirt and that didn't appear in the icon finder. Just AI things. Dude, why did you not import the whole material design set at dark mode, 300 weight, fill off like I specified? 65 kilobytes is like I sneeze 65 kilobytes. Come on, man. Yes, it's called apparel, but you can find it with the word search. So we should be thinking about how they do that. And please, in the future, like, don't limit me silently with your choices. Claude. Yes, I do. No, it's not enough. I just told you that I wanted that. Let's create a new branch and start talking about some things that we can build while I'm working on some other stuff. Let's start a new branch and work on uh, better skins and fixing the border radius error in the UI. What happens is that when I use the UI control panel, which is the one that controls the border, sorry, not border radius, the border color, opacity, hue, saturation, brightness for any of the borders, either the control panel or the channel strip or the um, control itself, when the value is at 0, it treats it as if there's no border and the UI has a certain spacing. And anything above that, it treats it as though there is a border and it makes the UI jump around. And I don't want that to happen. If you think about what are you doing? Okay, just stop for a second because if you think about half of them having one, um, the tags and stuff like that is probably the result of them being like the same icon, just different versions of that icon, right? I told you there's different weights and different grades. Have you considered that? Yes, I don't want material icons. I just want material symbols. That's it. And I want the material symbols with the properties that I expressed to you. I'm sorry, I thought I was using outlined. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I would prefer to like be able to choose. No, I want to be able to choose between all of them, all of the options that are configurable. Do you want me to show you what they are, or Like, I'm giving you the resources for you to be able to see, but, I should be able to help you out if you need more info. Like, I wanna be able to choose the weight, the fill, like, that'd be really cool, and the optical size makes a lot of sense, right? Um, but if it's too much work, then I'll just stick with the weight 300, fill 0, grade -25. I just think that it's such a small amount of data that it's, like, really cool and probably something really interesting to fold into the tool, which is a thing that I mentioned to you earlier in this conversation. Yeah, I just wanna test it first, so can you pop that open in a browser window for me? Great, yep, it's looking good. So, yeah, I think what I want is definitely to, like, um I think we should try, um, refining the look of the skins a little bit, um, and there's a few things about them even before we get going on the layout that's not quite right. Like, for example, on the controls, um, the divider is black instead of transparent. It's just like not looking quite right to me right now. Like I think the spacing and the border radius and font weight is really cool. Um, but I want to iron out the little bugs in this first. So one thing I want to do is also fix what's happening inside the knobs. They look a little bit weird, and I want to make sure that the LFO expand, collapse, waveform, and power button also follow the same uh, color as whatever controls the label hue, saturation, brightness, like the word panel border, opacity, hue, and also the knob value text. Let's see this little toy it made me. Page A, page B. Okay, see it again. Okay, so right now what's happening is nothing's visible on page A or B, and it seems like page B is not clickable as a tab yet. Whoops. Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure what the LFO button border color is gonna do, but I guess we'll see. You know what I think the problem is I think that the knob indicator is like sitting in front of the knob, so it's just creating like, or the LED indicator sitting in front of the knob instead of behind it. So it's just creating a bit too much visual information around the number and the value. Like the ring should only look like a ring, and the black circle and the label should be in front of it, or like the knob button should be in front of that ring. Um, I think that's gonna help a lot. Okay, nice work. This is looking really good. I think we should um, probably put this on a new branch actually, since this isn't a skin, and we should call this toolbar playground, the branch, and keep going with it until we're done. Or I can, after you put it on the new branch, we can wrap and then continue after. Damn, that is a lot of thinking. Right. Okay. Yeah. And you know that like the center circle is controlled by the knob button or the knob controller, like hue, saturation, brightness, and opacity on that, right? And just while we're on that subject, like the values for all of these in this panel should always be brightness 100, like the default values, brightness 100, like saturation max, um, opacity. Well, it depends. Well, that depends on the skin, but for right now, let's just do opacity 100 as well. Oof, yeah. Yeah, let's just set them to follow the panel's base hue right now. And like there's two colors for the LED indicator, right? Like there's the positive color and then there's the track, like the unlit portion of it. And those need to be separate colors. The LED brightness, the LED like lit part should always be the base hue at like max saturation and max brightness by default just for now. And then the track should essentially be like black set to like uh I don't know, like 10% opacity or whatever. Okay, can you actually make the knob center opacity uh like I don't know, 20% or something like that opacity? It's just like it's hardcore right now and something's going on with the LED indicators. They're looking really weird. Ugh. It's like blowing my mind out of my face. That's what it looks like. Hmm. Mm. Okay, I heard you say something like hard coding the thing. I think what you mean is like we always just like set a default value with the controllers that the user has access to, and that is what shows up on the knobs, so we can like see everything and evaluate it, right? And could you just do me a favor and bump up the LED track, like the negative behind the LED by like another, I don't know, 15%? Well, this is the thing is that I think we have the LED ring light as something that the user can control, but we haven't really set like the other side of it, the negative. And and part of me thinks that's going too far, but every time we've said that, we've done it anyways again, which is pretty awesome of us. So I'm pretty tempted to keep doing that. Um, yeah, tough call. Might be adding another thing. Also, please hook up the icons for the LFO to the label value, like I asked. Like I asked. Little bitch. Why am I talking like that? Channel border. Great work. Let's see. Okay, man. Good job so far. Um, Now we need to add a controller for the LED uh, inactive part of the indicator. That'd be an opacity hue saturation controller. And the background panel needs a uh, control panel color. And so that means that it gets it has to also have, how's that going to work? Let me think about this. Okay, so the background control panel just has to have the same stuff as all the other UI panels. I think this through with me. Does it make any sense? Or am I just crazy? Maybe it gets like its own cool color that is un unchangeable. Unchangeable. Maybe. Yep, you're right on track. We think the same thing. And the other thing to I just realized is that the toolbar up top also needs its own control panel for appearance. So I think that's it. This is where we draw the line in the sand, and then we're just on to like mm, polishing, you know, ordering the toolbar and stuff like that. But this is making sense to me. I think we've hit maximum amount of controls I want on this thing. Yeah, this just for the UI. But yes, that's right. There would be 5 UI control panels. Well, UI plus 4 UI plus background. So yes. Um, yep, I think you nailed it. Yes, that's it. And then we will discuss the idea of the spacing radiuses for V2. Okay, sounds good. So, what do you suggest for next steps? Actually, I think I really like the toolbar as is. And I kind of just want to like tone down the look of everything across the board while we're developing. So I want to just go with essentially uh, a very, very desaturated, like blue or gray, and then just like varying levels of opacity on each other as the default so that it's nice and subtle and easy to look at and monochrome for a bit. Yep, that's great. And yeah, just apply it uniformly for right now, and we'll figure out the rest later. Okay, yeah, that's better for now. It's just the toolbar didn't change, so I definitely want to see that change. And the text looks different. Did you change the Did you change the text and like did you narrow the channel strips or something? It looks like you'd made some other changes. It's probably me. It's just looks really different and honestly like color does that, especially grays, so it's all good. Let's try and fix the toolbar and can you remove the default or change the default value so that the border around the control panels is gone? Oh, it basically, if the toolbar is using hard-coded CSS, then it needs to be converted to the skin system, because it's gonna be controlled just like everything else. So I don't know if we need to commit what we have right now, create a new branch and do that, but that's the goal. All right, let's organize these toolbar and get going. I'm not asking you to start coding at all. I've got the toolbar playground going, and I'm gonna organize it, and then we're gonna discuss the toolbar, and that's the whole thing. So, uh, this is where the toolbar playground is right now. I want to organize it, and I want to talk to you about it while I organize it, so then we get it right. That's what's going on. And then I also need to be able to design the modal windows because I'm pretty sure that that's necessary. And the other thing is that you misunderstood an instruction of mine, which was when we create a new group, uh, that's fine, but it's an empty group. And what we need is the ability to put something in that group. And right now, we don't have the ability to like create new controls or functions. Um, it's just finite. Maybe that's okay now that I have 2 pages, actually. So never mind about that part. Row one is going to be type, and row two is going to be interface or controls. So what I'm thinking about is basically I'm going to compare two types of layouts. One layout is going to group things by uh, row one will be like display. So everything, all the controls would affect the display. Row two is like all the interface controls. And then maybe a third row for like system controls or something. And then the other way I'm going to do it on page B is I'm going to try to group things by, I'm going to try to group them by control type. So like all of the control panel tabs will be together. All of the things for presets will be together. That kind of thing. Before I get started on that, do you have any thoughts on why one of these might be better than the other one? And why my beautiful dwarf umbrella tree is dying? I think I overwatered it. I can tell you that if we're looking at row by concept, that skin picker is 100% in the interface because it's where you would control the skin. The look of the skin and save the skin is where the presets for that would be. BPM is just global. It's for the LFO sync. Um, that might be a third row. Do you have any other ones that you're thinking of? Yeah, I am going to start arranging them. So it does sound like I need a global one too for expand and collapse. And then I also want one that opens up like settings, which is maybe like deeper levels. And then I want the modal windows for controls too. Play interface. Okay, we'll do this one first, and then we'll do the modals. So settings is a modal. Interface is going to have a new tabs. So let's get everything out of here for right now. What? No, let's take the whole thing. Not allowed. 5 rows. Totally. My God, that's annoying. Yeah, also, we need the ability to rearrange rows through drag and drop. No, I believe row global should be row one since it always stays there. Row four is a lot of stuff, bro. I think maybe we just load that, have a settings button in global. Yeah. So what I'm thinking of is I want to see like a, yeah, global, then display, then interface uh, for rows right now. And then I'm going to have just like a row of, might I just drop stuff in when I don't know where it's going to go? Um, yeah. And we're going to call page A uh, row by concept. Can you put that together for me now? So, like, basically, global should have the stuff that we said, then display with like the tabs, the preset, the, I think transport is global. I mean, it's making sense to me right now. I'm almost tempted to have these labels on the UI. It would, but I'm just trying to solve the problem of like, the duplicate tab control panels, like the control panel for color and the control panel for the controls. Ugh. Mm. Do you have a recommendation for these tasks? Sounds great. Mm. Okay, let's go. Let's see what's up. Two things at once? What are you saying to me, Ghosty? What do you got on this side? Let me push and open it in a browser. Okay, all six tasks implemented pushed. Toolbars fully controlled by the skin system. That's amazing. The great. Awesome. Can you remove the toolbar? Mm. So I think the toolbar either needs a dedicated background, like it has right now, or no background. I think we keep the background right now, but we need to increase the padding on the edges of the toolbar and its background so it matches the control panel schema. And also give the toolbar now a same amount of padding between the toolbar and the control panel as the toolbar and the drag handle. Have a look at this. Let me know what you see, and then we'll confirm the changes. Okay, let's look at this for a second. I want to make this happen. New items. Okay, perfect. Okay, so global will be transport, expand, collapse. Interesting. Expand, collapse, simple, advanced, and full screen. Simple, advanced, and expand, collapse might end up being the same thing. When I think about this, let me get this window right. When I think about it like this, I think about collapsing everything, and this is kind of the simplified view. And then I think about the large side being the kind of advanced view because all the LFOs are expanded. So I think the only other thing that an advanced mode might do is add buttons to the UI. I don't think the UI is. I know this is crazy to say, but I don't think the UI is that complex. It might be nuts. I might actually just be nuts for saying that. Let's look at this a little bit better though. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, I think I failed to input one of my messages to you from earlier. I have to blow my eyes with whisper flow. Okay. Okay. Let me try. I think unsorted is gonna go in the LFO control, row by concept and by control type. So type display and interface. All so this one also needs the tabs, but there's 4 of them. That's right. 5 of them. It's insane. So text input, yeah, presets. It's a lot for presets. I think this could just be a modal. Random is cool. Random settings would be its own thing. And it would almost be to control your tabs, you control what you input. Get rid of this one. No, just get rid of you. Export random settings. Where do I want you? I think export is up top. Random word presets. Random up top. Skins. This is just a modal. Maybe this is just a modal too. How would that look if it was just, let's try a new group. How do you add something to a group with this? I don't think we figured that out. No, we didn't figure that out. You can't alt drag it, right? No. Okay. I mean, it's not bad for a tool that's only existed for 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, let's check that. Let's check that out. I know we're bouncing around a little bit, but it's too exciting not to. Okay, so what happened is the toolbar does appear to uh, have like a toggle that's working. However, the corner radius is not matching the control panel, and the horizontal padding doesn't seem to be matching it. Oh, I know why. It's not matching it because we put in all this work to make them align with the edges of the control panels. But I think we're going to scrap that. The other thing that's happening right now is the uh, control panel hue, saturation, and brightness for the toolbar seems to be impacting. Oh, wait a second. That's supposed to be happening. This is expected. I'm just being a silly goose. Let me let me see what I'm talking about and seeing if it makes sense. BRB. Oh my God, Claude, don't hate me. Yeah, of course. It's changing the toolbar and it's changing this panel because that's how this works. Um, that's how that makes sense, right? Having the interface changing the interface is weird, and it keeps going into a deeper and deeper hall of mirrors. So it's a really weird thing to do, but it's also really fun. Yeah, and we just hide this, and now this is what it does. Okay. Hmm. Okay, color's working. Okay, it still appears to be doing it, so that's nice. Okay. Yep. Um, it's definitely doing better, although the uh, control panel for the toolbar, like I think it's the toolbar background basically, doesn't have rounded corners and it's still bumped right up against the drag handle. There should be an equal amount of padding between the uh, toolbar control panel background and the control panels below as above with the drag handle. Okay. I think settings, FPS hotkeys and toggle. What can I just put into settings? Let's make a new group called settings and FPS put FPS in it, put hotkeys, put simple advanced, and then that would turn on the interface skins if we did this. Maybe these all go into settings. System settings. Maybe these full screen. Yeah. Expand collapse. All the controls is like a biggie. Maybe that's way over on the side. No. What just happened? It's fine. You go here. You go here. Random settings. Presets. One preset button. Preset. This is up top, right? Display tabs. Maybe. Hmm. This could maybe work. Settings goes to here. Presets goes to here. Skins would go to a new group with the skin choices. This is modals. That would actually put expand and collapse here because it's expanding and collapsing the LFOs of these. Random word and text input could potentially go up here. Could even go at the very beginning since it's the most important thing. It's what you're doing. I'm kind of liking this one. It's like controls. I'm gonna go make some toast with jam, and I'm gonna come back. Why don't you have a look at this and tell me what you think? This is such a crazy project. It's so fun. Okay. Yep, it sure does. Good job. What do you think's next? Yeah, I agree. Enjoy the toast. Yeah. Yes, I didn't even get the toast yet, but I'm gonna go do that right now. I just want to answer this for you. So, the global role row. Um, let me look at this while I explain what I'm saying. Okay, so the global row text input and random word up top is smart because that's where you interact with. Yeah, like you just want to start with a word, right? Transport next to it. It's like yeah, play pause. Yeah, randomize setting export settings is I think makes sense. Yeah, I mean, or maybe we don't even label them at all. That's a real possibility. Maybe we label them and maybe we don't. Okay, then controls row. I separated content tabs and the UI tabs, but I kept them in the same row. Yeah, that is the solve for the duplicate panel problem I mentioned. Um, they're visually related, but they're grouped separately. Um, and maybe they do need labels. I don't know. Maybe they don't. Oh, yeah, of course. It's definitely a typo. I didn't mean to write resets. Meant to write presets. But the idea is that the preset opens. Basically, I kind of got rid of the idea of any long stuff except for maybe text input. But even that could potentially be a modal, which would reduce everything down to a square button. So for presets, you would just like click browse, right? And it would pop open your presets in a modal window. So that's why I wrote down below like modals are the waveform selector is probably going to be modals. Presets are probably going to be modals. The system settings, like up in the top, the global, if you press system, that should open a modal. Export should open a modal. Um, Are there any others? Skins will probably open a modal, like just a list that you can pick from, but also manage, rearrange, remove, maybe even favorite or import. So I think I'm feeling good about everything being a square button. I think maybe they might need text labels, or maybe that's in settings that they can be turned on or off. And I think we go into modal window design after this. Uh, but we're getting very close to our V1. Okay, let you watch Claude code. Why go away? Go get that toast. Yes, every toolbar. Yes, no drop downs, no inline text elements. Yep, yep, yep. Exactly. Questions for after toast? Labels on buttons off by default for now because I think it can open up some UI design problems. The empty interface row is just like a dead thing. It doesn't matter. The controls row browse presets button. Um, is that the single entry point to the preset modal, replacing the preset dropdown entirely? Yes, that is my thought. And the other thing is that I haven't chosen icons for any of these yet. I just wanted to get the grouping down. So even though we might like use this layout to start, um, I don't want to be beholden to these icons. It's toast time. See you in a minute. Well, it's actually not toast time until you're good and you want to start building, and I can step away for 5 minutes, but no rush on that. Great stuff. Back in a minute. move my microphone away while I eat. So I don't ruin your life. If we should just implement small changes one at a time, or if we should be trying to implement all the stuff at once with all the modal windows and stuff. But what do you think? Hmm. Yep, I agree. Mm, yep. No, I want everything to go to monochrome, and we will figure out what controls the icon color uh, at another point. But right now, you can just tie it to the color of all the labels, like the text and the values, I think, but probably at like 60% opacity. Mm. Hmm. Um, okay, so we're saying we're not going to do the text labels anymore. How come you moved that out of the scope? I mean, I'm asking you if you think that that is smart to implement right now, or if it's going to cause more problems. Because if you think it's going to cause any issues, let's be careful. I'm genuinely curious about your opinion about it. So maybe think about what the implementation might do to the rest of the UI. Will it cause elements to shift or move around? Will it change um, the padding? You know how I feel about consistency and in things. If something turns on, um, it's okay if the UI shifts like once, but it can't be like constantly moving around. Um, so consider that, and let's evaluate whether or not this should be in scope. I just don't want to lose it as a detail. That's all. It doesn't have to be implemented this time. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep, let's do it. Oh my God, this should be illegal. It's gonna be real sad when I tell it what it's gonna have to do next. Yeah, let's just go there right now. Hey, I want to create a new branch, um, off of main, and I need to know if it's okay, if it's gonna mess things up, or I noticed that the UI panel LFO phase is not working, and we never discussed how it would work, but it should be offsetting all of the elements in the panel. And so we need to figure out how that works. We needed to do a per letter renderer uh, for that, and we may need to figure out what we're going to do there. So at the very least, let's discuss this problem and see what we can do with it. What my thinking is that it depends on which channel strip the LFO is on. If it's panel fill, then it's per panel, or it's just for that panel. So maybe a phase sweeps in a direction across the panel. Uh, if it's a channel, then it would be channel, channel, channel. It's like an offset. If it's for control, it'd be like control, control, control. And maybe we need to set up like how they work. If it's labels, maybe it's directional, like 360 directional kind of thing. I mean, ultimately, what would be amazing is if it could be we could choose, but I don't know right now what the right answer is. But I don't want to do the easy thing. I want to do the awesome thing. Okay, but I think what you need to do is make sure you've copied the JSON file so that it's like saved and that's committed locally. Uh, right, and then we'll move to the implementation plan. Um, sure. I made that toast and I ate that toast. Do we need to wrap or are we just good to go into implementation? I need to create an OBS setup where I show my multiple code windows. That would be smarter. It's a pretty little piece of code up there. Right. Okay. So I think you probably need to understand how the control panels work. So a control is part of a channel, and a channel is part of a control panel. The I need to turn this off. One sec. I think it's probably worth me showing the project while I do this. Okay. Okay. So if you look at the control panels that we can toggle on or off, there's control panels that affect the display, the text that's being rendered in the display section. And then there are control panels that affect the UI. And the UI control panels are the ones that we're specifically talking about. So each one of those, a channel is essentially just a parameter that can be modified. And so if we look at our UI control panels, the reason why we have 5 of them is because there are 3 control panels on the display side that we want to be able to control everything on your UI. Plus, there's a toolbar, and plus, there's a background. So we think about the panels. Each panel has panel fill, panel border. That's the control panel. That's the background of it. Not the page background, but the background of that group of channels. Then there's channel fill, channel border. Same concept, but just on the channel level. Control border, uh, control fill, control border. Same concept as well. Then we have our labels, we have our knobs, we have our LED rings. Each one of these has, each channel has uh, controls that control opacity, hue, saturation, and brightness. All of the, I guess we're calling them UI control panels, even though that name is a little confusing. They're actually like UI color control panels. All of them just control color. I don't think there's any wild cards or anything crazy like that right now. They're just controlling opacity, hue, saturation, brightness. So, um, what does that mean for how the LFOs of each of these work? Well, they are based on the context of the control within the channel, within the control panel. It's the same logic as every control in every channel, in every control panel follows in this synthesizer. Does that make sense? Yep. UI color panels. Thank you for calling it that. Each channel targets a specific layer of UI elements. Yes. Each channel has four controls. Yes. And each control has its own LFO with rate, depth, and phase. Yes. A phase offset should work the same way it does for text display. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Panel fill channel. The elements are just the one panel. Yeah. Is that where it gets interesting? I think that's where it's literally the most boring it could be. Whatever. Channel fill, the elements are the channel strips within that panel. Control fill channel, elements of the individual controls. Yeah, everything you're saying is making sense so far, but like also uh panel border, channel border, control border, like those are all follow those rules as well. Knobs channel is, yes, the knobs. The LED rings channel is the LED rings, but there is also going to be, no, I think we just have LED rings for now, so never mind. Okay, so if you put an LFO on the channel fill hue control with phase set to 180, the channel strips would each get a different hue offset, creating a rainbow ripple across the stripes. Exactly. Same logic as character phase, just apply to UI elements instead of letters. That's 100% right. Um, well, this is, yeah, I think the phase has no effect on the panel fill, and this is where it could be just a wild card, where we could introduce like a directional gradient or something with it, across the panel, and I think that might be cool. Um, but it's also a place where we could just remove the phase button for now, or the phase control. I mean, Which approach would you recommend for this task? Okay, great questions. Let me switch over to the code view. So, mm, inline execution. Yeah, go for it. That's great. No, yeah, go for it. That's great. Okay, so system is consistent and clean. Yeah, so I think it's tough for me to say. Like, I think you're honing in on the right questions. Really makes sense. When it comes to like all of these elements, I think we're gonna have to create maybe some stuff in settings where we can modify some of these things in the future. I don't really know right now what makes sense, but what you're describing is pretty clear, and I think as long as we aren't like hard coding anything or like doing something that we can't change later, then we're on the right path, and it's going to be great. hmm hmm Right now, render UI computes one value per parameter and applies it to all elements at once. Yeah, exactly. True. On UI params, carry count is different depending on which channel you're in. Channel strips. For labels, it's the number of labels. For knobs, it's the number of knobs. Hmm. I see. Well, I guess the concern would be performance, which is why we have the FPS in there, because I think it's probably possible to push this to the point where you're actually like doing too much, and it's not good for. It's only good for entertainment, really. Um, but what do you think? I mean, does it apply? Does it raise any concerns for you other than sort of like a performance issue? And how much more complex are we talking about? Like I get that you get it, but um, is this the best solution for it? How much of a drag on the system is it going to be? Give me a little bit more information about this concept, not concept, potential concern. It's awesome. Let's do it. Okay. What did we get done here? The reviewer. Uh, hmm. Why don't we set background panel fixed accent color? Let's just make something that's going to be our signature. Okay. Let's see what's up. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. I'm always going to pick the awesome option. Let's go. Mm. Okay. No. No, I think that's being a little silly. Um, I don't I'm not sure if that's what we need. We're working in a couple of different branches right now, so um I think I think the first thing is just to like, oh God, I don't know. I might go to bed. It's late. I don't know who's watching me, but I appreciate you. Thank you. Talk to me one day. Okay, let's see. Let's look at this host. Damn. All right. What are you telling me right now? Panel fill, panel buffer, control fill, control buffer. No effect. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Labels. Yeah, I think it makes sense. The only thing is like the labels themselves is really just like the color, opacity, brightness, hue, saturation, right? It's not like the LFO isn't gonna go on the label like their variable font stuff, like weight or anything like that, right? I just noticed that you have weight, width, grade, slant on that, but maybe I'm just misunderstanding why that's there. Um, we're just talking about like adding one like a panel to it, right? Like we're just picking a color. No, I think this is silly. I'm gonna step out of this for a sec. Yeah, no, we're good on this. Just kidding, Claude. I don't want to do this with you. Goodbye. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I just didn't understand what that was for. But yeah, I think so far from what I'm seeing, it's all making sense to me. I mean, we might find some some issues, but uh, that's okay. And just do me a favor and like hide the phase knob on that panel for now, so I don't have to see it. Like in this implementation or whatever. Okay, toolbar's been swapped. What's up? Okay, wow, this is brand new. Browse presets. Yep. Okay, this is really exciting. I'm super stoked. Can you do me a favor now and just make sure that the padding between all of the elements is always the same? Um, and uh, it should be the same padding as the control panel padding between channel strips and around them and their background. And then just have the background of the toolbar controls like hug the contents now. I don't think we need it to resize to the number of control panels anymore. I'd rather just have it fixed and not jumping around. I know I put you through a lot to make that happen in the past, and I'm sorry. So sorry. Hey, panel fill, panel border have their phase knob sub hidden. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Make you. Anyway. Yeah, that does sound right. But we are. Yeah, no, that sounds right. That's good for now. In the future, we may add a control strip, like a channel strip for the LED track, like the LED indicator track, not the active part, but the inactive part of the ring. But for right now, this will do. Okay, let's see what's up. Nice work. Can you just center align them, please? And I think that the rows should be in their own control panels, maybe. Oh, that's a really tough call. But right now it's kind of a mess, so I'm not sure yet, but I want to see it. That would also give us the option of like having them side by side. The VF synth, it looks a little short to me. I know we said it was going to be a single button rather than this character count thing, and that way it would open up a modal. But um, yeah, it also looks like we lost BPM. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Amount of outline? No, no, no. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Oh, and funny thing is that now because the um, control panel is made with opacities, the the toolbar is made with opacities and the control panels. When they scroll and they have no background, they're just like overlapping. We'll have to figure that out. It's not a big deal right now, but eventually we gotta deal with it. Okay. Yep. 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 One detail: the synth section and its mirror UI panel both get the same treatment. Channel strips are rippling the UI panel. Yep, that's exactly right. That's the whole point. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get panel glow up in this motherfucker. It's gonna be amazing. Going to be a maze. Get ready for some good old times, guys. Where's my expand collapse? Up there? Hmm. Oh, perfect. Presets and skins. Yeah, this needs to be a thing. This needs to be a thing. And maybe I need better grouping of these. It's getting close, though. We're definitely getting close. Hmm. What are you saying? The toolbar follows the same pattern. Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, pretty sure we did all this Yeah, nice. Yeah. Oh, so much better. Yeah, I like this so much better. It's like really nice. Making way more sense to me. Yeah, I think that's really good. The only issue is that um I've been doing some work on the toolbar in another or in this branch, toolbar skin system, and we're about to like get somewhere with it that I'm really happy with. So I don't know how that's going to affect your design your design section, but I want you to see what's going on so we're not doing like double work. I think we're probably ready to wrap, and I want to make sure that the other Claude has some good work to do tonight. So I'm going to show you. Actually, let's just wrap, and then I'll give this wrap to that Claude. How's that sound? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What else do we have? Yep. Um, Let me just wrap that session first so that everything's finalized, and then I'll give you the go ahead. Okay. Well, I'm going to go to bed. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a very nice night. And I will be releasing this tool on my website probably, like, I hope tomorrow. So probably next week, but I hope tomorrow. Anyway, good night. Take care and thank you.